So we're on the record in docket 24-01054. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Haley Culver. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Culver, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Haley M. Culver, is that correct?
Correct. Good morning.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The complaining witness was here earlier. I've since released him. And speaking with him, he is not willing to participate in the proceedings. So I would expect a motion from the defense.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
That's correct, Your Honor. I would make that motion based on the communications from the prosecutor here.
So it's the CV the complaining victim was subpoenaed, but refuses to testify.
That is correct.
Or will not testify today. All right, Ms. Culver, I am in possession or going to be in possession of a Dolly Pross. Dismissal. And based on the prosecutor's representations of not being able to move forward and the complaining witness being subpoenaed but not on board, I'm going to dismiss without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purpose today, the case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your
Uh,
Honor.
anything else for the record in 24-01054, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, you're all set, Ms. Culver. Thank you for your appearance.
Good day, Your Honor. She doesn't have a tether. No.
Next, Ms. Wilson.
Davenport?
Angela Davenport.
Yes, and I believe she's on Zoom.
That's correct.
All right.
Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00736. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Angela Davenport. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Davenport, who is joining us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Angela Davenport, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Davenport?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The offer in this matter was that the defendant plead to count 2, the stray dog. Upon successful plea and sentencing, count 1 would be dismissed with a Killebrew to fines and costs and restitution to Elizabeth Ballou in the amount of $1,033.08. And I will defer to counsel as to what they want to do with that.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've had some discussion with my client and have sent her the receipt from Ms. Wilson. At this time, she does wish to accept, and I would just like to be heard on the length of time for those payments.
All right. So we're going to have this is a plea to count 2. Dismiss count 1. Restitution to be made to what's the name on restitution?
Elizabeth Ballou, and that's BELEW.
BELEW. And the restitution's in the amount of?
$1,033.08.
You mentioned a Killebrew agreement.
Yes, to fines and cost and restitution.
So, Ms. Sutter, to make sure I've confirmed the plea agreement, it is a plea to count 2. Count 1 is to be dismissed. Restitution to be to Elizabeth Ballou on $1,035.08. Then there's a Killebrew agreement on fines and costs and restitution, no jail. Is that correct?
That is correct.
May I inquire your client of their advice of misdemeanor rights on the misdemeanor plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Davenport, you understand this is a misdemeanor, and so I'm going to run you through your advice of rights concerning this misdemeanor plea.
Okay.
You understand that the ultimate penalty, I know there is a Killebrew agreement with this, an agreement between the attorneys based on fines and cost restitution and no jail. If I was to go over that amount, then you would have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, the ultimate penalty in this is 3 months and or not less than $10 nor more than $100 for fines and costs. That's your understanding?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to walk you through your misdemeanor rights in this case. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by a public defender, attorney Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was the result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial, since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your intent today to plead guilty to count two, which is the stray dog count?
Yes.
All right. And you wish to waive your trial rights in this matter. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Thank you. This is for conduct on December 20th, 23 at 6245 Somerset Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at 6245 Somerset Road, city of Lansing, Ingham County, or near that address on December 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And at that time, were you the owner of a dog by the name of Presa Canario?
His name is Solo.
Solo?
Presa Canario is the species of dog.
Okay. Oh, so his name is Soho?
Solo.
Or Solo? Solo, okay. And did you allow the dog to stray while not being properly held on a leash?
No, he was on a leash, but somehow he broke off and I wasn't aware and until someone let me know.
I believe that does satisfy the dog stray, broke off the leash.
Yeah. He was tied up. He wasn't just stray, but I guess he got out of his broke his leash.
So Ms. Davenport, at some point you became aware that Solo had gotten off of his tether system.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And then so he was in a backyard at the time?
Yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis for dog stray under MCL's 287.262, Ms. Wilson?
Just one thing, Ms. Davenport, that backyard that the dog ended up in, that was not your backyard, is that correct?
No, he didn't end up in nobody's backyard. He was on my side of the fence. He's the one that bit the fence.
I think he left and he escaped their backyard.
Oh yeah, because he broke his collar. You're right.
Okay, so just to clarify, at some point he did get out of your yard.
Yeah.
That's my understanding. That's how the affidavit seems to read.
Just want to make sure it's clear for the factual
All right.
basis.
Anything else for the factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
Nothing for the people.
Ms. Sutter?
Defense is satisfied.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Is there any objection to going right to sentencing, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people, and I do have a pink sheet of paper.
All right, so and you've had, Ms. Sutter, you've had the opportunity to see the restitution sheet?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Allocution, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court probably has a pretty clear idea of what's going on here. This is a dog that Ms. Davenport did own, who unfortunately made it off his leash. She's made best efforts to fix that situation now so it cannot reoccur. There is an agreement here to fines and costs that I'd be asking the court to honor. And in particular, there's an agreement to restitution that is not insignificant. It's just over $1,000. Ms. Davenport is just very recently returned to work, so she is struggling with some money right now. If the court would take that into consideration and consider minimizing all possible fines and costs so that she can prioritize the restitution payment. And on that, Your Honor, I'd be asking for the court to set out payments a little ways so she can work on getting them done in a manner that doesn't also devastate her financial situation. If the court would consider something like 3 to 4 months for her to make those payments and follow the Killebrew agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any statement besides the restitution for Ms. Wilson?
Just briefly, Your Honor, in speaking with the complaining witness in this matter, it does appear that this is a repeated issue, the dog getting out. So I just want to put Ms. Davenport on notice that if this continues to be a repeated issue, ultimately the remedy the people will be seeking will be relinquishing the dog. So there needs to be some control of the dog here.
The dog hasn't been out. He hasn't.
Ms. Davenport, I advise you not to respond.
Okay.
All right, so at this time, I'm going to, since I will waive any fines and costs because the restitution amount is so high. I am going to charge a $75 crime victims' rights fee and a $50 state fee. And that'll be $125. That would go on top of the $1,033.08 that is on the restitution. So let me give you a full amount here, and then I'll give you some time to make payments on that. So the entire amount would be $1,158.08. I think that can be paid over the course of 6 months. So that would make it $193.01 a month starting July 1st. That would start July 1st. And that would go through July, August, September, October, November to December 1st. That would be made to the city of Lansing for the entire amount, but it would be made to Elizabeth Ballou for the $1,033.08.
Well, and just to clarify, Ms. Davenport, I think she just pays everything directly to the court. The
Correct.
Court disseminates out from there.
Correct. Right. Yeah, as long as you make payment to the court of $193.01 from July 1st to December 1st, the first of every month being a payment, then the court will make sure Ms. Ballou gets the restitution, and then the $75 and $50 crime victims' rights and state costs will be held back to for the court. That's the plan over the 6 months to make timely restitution.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in docket 24-00736? I'll stick with the Killebrew agreement, so there'll be no jail time at this matter. Anything else, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Sutter?
Just Ms. Davenport, I'll send you an email on how to make some of those payments. Nothing further.
That can be made to the city of Lansing. Ms. Sutter's letter will cover that, but that can be paid online, in person, or over the phone. But you should make it by 4 o'clock on the first date. Your date's starting July 1st. All right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. If you don't, you'll get caught up in a show cause cycle, which a bench warrant will be issued for you. And I think that's what you want to avoid. All right.
Yeah, does that have to be at the beginning, at the first of the month, because that's when my mortgage and everything is due.
I can change it to the 15th of the month, And then, but it'll coincide every month at that time, if that works a little better.
Yes, that works great.
So let's start at July 15th. And then we'll make the 15th the date through the December 15th. So it'll start July 15th, make that payment by 4, and that'll go through December 15th. All right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2400736 from either party?
Not from the people.
Nothing further. Thank
All
you.
right, Ms. Davenport, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
That's Mr.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401108. That is People, the State of Michigan versus Saeed Magan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Saeed Magan.
Thank you. And sir, you are Saeed Magan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Magan?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a final pretrial today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The offer in this matter would be for the defendant to plead to an added count 2 of a disorderly person jostling. Upon successful plea and sentencing, count 1 would be dismissed, and there is no sentencing agreement.
Mr. Lee.
That is accurate, Your Honor, and we would like to accept that offer.
All right, so that'll be a added count 2. Added count 2 of disorderly jostling.
That is correct, and I have the PAT code whenever the court's ready.
All right, jostling. Yeah, that's 93-day and or
90-day and or 500.
90-day and or 500. And what's the PAT code on that?
750.1671L.
And with a plea to count 2 and successful sentencing, count 1 is to be dismissed.
That is correct.
And Mr. Lee, that's a fair statement concerning the plea agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I may inquire of your client of his advice and rights on the disorderly jostling.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Magan, it's my understanding you're going to be pleading guilty to a 90-day misdemeanor and or $500. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have certain rights in this misdemeanor case, and I'll walk you through each one of those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented by Mr. Lee from the public, as an attorney from the public defender's office, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appearing in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If you'll please accept it, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal any trial issues. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your intent today to waive your rights to a trial and waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the disorderly jostling?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes,
I'm gonna bring your attention back to April 12th, 2024 at the offense location of 2900 Collins Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present at the Collins Road address on April 12th, 2024?
yes, sir.
All right. And then in count two, can you just reiterate for me what happened there that would make you guilty of disorderly jostling?
I assaulted a staff member.
So you offensively touched a staff member of the city of the city jail? McLaren. Okay. And so you offensively touched a staff member of the city of McLaren, and you did not do so in self-defense?
No, sir.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
Half of the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Ms. Wilson, it's an assault crime, so I'm going to refer to probation. So we'll refer to probation for a pre-sentence report. Mr. McGon, you'll be contacted by probation. They'll come down and see, and they'll prepare a report for me. And then that report, we'll see what options are available to us in sentencing, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sentence date?
July 15th at 1:30.
July 15th at 1:30 for sentence. You'll talk to probation, be as candid as you can for the report, and the sentencing date is set for July 15th at 1:30. Anything else for the record? 24-0-1108, Ms. Wilson.
Half of the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. McGon. I'll see you on that July 15th date.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00945. That is the people of the state of Michigan versus Lanisha Taylor. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Carter.
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Ms. Taylor, who is present standing at council table.
And ma'am, you are Lanisha Taylor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time is set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would defer to Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did receive a copy of the police report. I've also reviewed that report. I've also sent that over to my client. She has reviewed it. We had discussed the charges. It's her wish to go to trial as she maintains her innocence in this matter.
All right, so we'll set for final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial set for?
June 10th at 8:30, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter, June 10th at 8:30.
Make that work.
All right, June 10th at 8:30 for final pretrial and for jury trial.
June 17th at 8.
Does June 17th at 8 work?
I have a trial that's out in 55th,
All right,
and I don't know if it'll go
Right.
or not,
let's,
but I can prepare for both, and if
Right.
one goes,
why don't you, we'll do, and since that was previously scheduled, we'll use it as a backup date, and then you can let us know if that needs to be adjourned.
thank you.
So that'll be June 17th at 8 o'clock. And we'll use that as a backup date at this point, depending on what happens in 55th.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record in docket 24-00945, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Carter?
Not for the defense.
All right, Ms. Taylor, you're all set. You can be here by Zoom for the final pretrial on June 7th at 8:30. The jury trial, June 17th date, if that goes, will be live in person. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
That's all for the record in that file. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you call my other case,
Yes.
Cottingham?
Darren Cottenham?
Yes.
Yeah.
May I approach?
You may. Is that your appearance?
It is, and it's also the sub, I guess.
I signed on behalf of our office. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Sign of the substitution. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01404. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Darren Cottenham. I have appearances for the record, Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Carter.
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Mr. Cottingham, who is not present. I have called the hall, but I'd like to address the court regarding that issue.
All right, thank you. I'm just in possession of a substitution of attorney from the public defender's office and the appearance by Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, you can make a record in regards to the non-appearance of your client. It appears you're just on the case.
It is, and I was going to be asking the court for an adjournment on this case anyways. I was called or contacted by the public defender's office on Friday asking if someone could please take this case. I guess they weren't able to find somebody. I knew I was going to be before you today. I did indicate that I would take this case. I have not had contact with Mr. Cottenham. I would be asking for an adjournment because I'm just on the case. I haven't even received discovery. So with that in mind, Your Honor, I asked the courtesy to excuse his appearance today as nothing would have happened anyways and reset this.
And were you taken on conflict counsel?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Given that this is two assaultive offenses, I'm reluctant to excuse Mr. Cottingham's presence here today. Regardless of the fact that Mr. Carter was just appointed on this matter, Mr. Cottingham should have been put on notice that this court hearing was set at, I believe, his arraignment.
He wouldn't be.
No, he wouldn't have been. Okay.
They would have given him a to be determined date
Okay.
that would be sent to him if I'm correct.
No, it was during the week, he was given it to the judge.
Okay, so he was given a date. It was not. Whose writing is that?
He was from-
Oh, Your Honor, if I may, I did arraignments with Judge Jordan. He was not giving court dates to people during the hearing.
That's my fear. My fear is that he didn't, and there's no indication.
Yeah, there might have been a paper notice. Wendy's, if I'm assuming what Wendy's getting at is correct. I can't confirm whether he got it or when
Right.
he did upon release it, but he was not verbally told the court dates.
No, I checked.
So,
There's people.
all right, with the understanding, bond was set at a PR $500 on this case, and there's a no contact order with the victim, two victims in the matter. A GPS was not ordered. And this is a domestic violence.
2 counts of domestic violence.
All right, I'm reluctant to bench warrant the individual if I'm uncertain if he's been given notice or proper notice. It's one of the things that when we have somebody covered. So I'm going to reset it for pretrial since conflict counsel's in. and they need to get a discovery. They just filed their appearance. Mr. Cottenham has to appear next time. Mr. Cottenham, at this,
I'm sorry, Judge, he's the criminal clerk just said that he's in the way.
oh, let's let him in then. He's here. No. That's worth,
No, you're good.
that's worth
You don't control.
getting him in.
Apparently he can't remove this, according to the clerk.
Is it a cell phone?
My guess is.
Sir, are you Michael Cottenham?
No, I'm not. I'm Charles Hurt.
Okay, Charles Hall is here. So you said your name's Charles Herbst?
Yup. I'm here for dog
Okay.
license tickets.
All right. And on I think, is that, I don't know, but that could be Mr. Cottenham on the cell phone.
It looked like he couldn't hear, so I'm wondering if he's not connected to
Yeah.
audio.
See,
I'm trying to remember, because I arraigned Mr. Cottenham.
Yeah, he can hear.
I don't think he can hear on that cell phone.
I mean, he wasn't, the individual I was, he wasn't wearing glasses, but he also might be also. That could be.
Well, it's good if he's here.
It would solve some problems.
He's not connected to audio. Can we text him to find out if that is,
I messaged him.
okay, Mr. Cottenham?
I'm looking up to see if I was provided a phone number for him.
What did not.
I'll email him my
Right.
contact information.
We're going to tell you that we've adjourned this to June 10th at 9 a.m. and the attorney is David Carter. And he's still under the same bond conditions. So it's still under the no contact orders. Anything else for 24-01404, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Carter?
Not for the defense. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file. We'll see if we can make contact with him through the chat process.
Your Honor, if I could have a moment to step out to speak with the witness.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Thank you.
and if you get them on chat, tell them to be here in person, not phone.
One step ahead of you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Great minds. I'm giving him your phone number as well, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
You too.
Hello?
Oh, is that
Yes.
Mr. Cottenham? No, That's
Are
not-
you talking to this individual?
we were, no, I thought I was, but he's not connected audio, Mr. Cottonhead still. So Mr. Herbst and Mr. Cole, you're still with us, and we'll call your case in just a second.
No All problem,
Right,
sir.
Thank you. Ronald E. Shively, will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter, on behalf of Mr. Shively, I'll be waiving his appearance today since I believe he's been brought to the 30th Circuit Court.
That's my understanding. This isn't the first contact the court's had with Mr. Shively. He's been incarcerated, and I believe they set based on representations of counsel, it appears they've set a hearing at the same time in Circuit Court.
At 10 a.m. Yeah, up in
10 a.m. Yeah, and I know that Mr. Shively's been incarcerated this time, since that's how he's joined us over the last several months. So it's my understanding we're adjourning the pretrial and the PA 53, the accompanying PA 53. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Yes, it is.
All right. So we'll adjourn.
And Your
Both.
Honor, if I may.
Sure.
I understand the concern of the court for having cases age out too long, but my concern is we keep coming back very, very quickly for this. And if the mental health court process can take a little bit of time, if I may suggest setting out allowed a little ways.
Yeah.
So we can at least get him through that without having to keep coming back here.
Did we already order? Is he already?
So he's being evaluated for 30th Circuit Mental Health Court. This file is supposed to be a resolution with the
That-
file that he's being evaluated for. We're just kind of waiting for the gears to get moving over there at this point.
That's also my
Pending
understanding.
for 90 days.
There's been some slow movement. I'm wondering if we maybe even look at the beginning of July, and if we get a resolution in the 30th before then, we can simply nolly off the docket. But I agree with Ms. Sutter, we keep coming back and we keep having to push out because we're waiting for that other file to be resolved.
That's the felony file of the circuit court that he is addressing today.
That is correct,
Yes.
yes.
So in the lieu of the global resolution, so let's set this. It does make sense to set this out a little bit. But then we're gonna have an older case on the docket. But I think this actually is a mental health case.
It is.
Yes. So there's an explanation for it. So we'll adjourn this pretrial out. just to see where that case is landing. What the anticipated is that we have not filed a package on this case.
So I
And
believe,
that may,
he's in the process of being evaluated for mental health court. It's just a matter of getting that determination and having him possibly plea into mental health court if he's
Right.
eligible.
And
Alright.
I think what Your Honor is asking, there's no mental health court, a petition or application in this specific.
specific
Right,
case.
Yeah,
correct,
it's in the
yes.
30th Circuit
it's in the
Court.
circuit
Correct.
court. All right. So, yeah, and so that's in lieu of filing it in this case
That is
also
correct, yes.
and everything.
Mhm.
All right. So let's set it out to July.
Mhm.
Yeah. So give me a date, first week of July.
July 1st.
We'll set it for July 1st at 9 o'clock. And we'll also set the PA 53 violation. I'm assuming that comes from the same conduct.
That's correct.
That's the stalking conduct. So we'll adjourn the PA 53 to July 1st at 9 o'clock also.
Thank you.
All right, anything else for the record in 23-02-639, Ms. Wilson,
Not for the people.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing for the defense.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance on that file. It's Mr. Shively. We have Mr. Herbst is here
I think Mr. Cole's been waiting a bit longer.
and Mr. Cole. Did you want to go on Mr. Cole?
I believe we're ready.
Oh, and just before I forget to tell you, because I told me what Mr. Baca Martinez is here, I think he wanted to address the court about something he was told to do last week.
All right.
That's an ordinance case.
But so I don't see Mr.
I didn't see him on the docket
Yeah.
when he said that the court asked him to maybe bring some paperwork to the court today, or I just want to let you know that he's here and wish to, I guess.
All right, let's wait for the city attorney cut.
Fair enough.
She's gonna join us, and so,
Thank you, Your Honor. Just want to tell you he was here before.
thank you, Ms. Sutter.
Okay. Gotcha. Mhm. Yep. Yep, I'm good with it. Yep.
So we're on the record in docket 24-01203. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Cole. Parties, please introduce themselves for the record. Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Michael Cole.
And sir, you are Michael Cole, is that correct?
I am, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Cole?
I can. Can you hear me okay also?
I can, thank you. This is the
Yes,
time
sir.
set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cole, through his attorney, has provided me with some additional information that requires some further looking into in order to determine how this case is going to proceed. So I'd be requesting a brief adjournment.
So we'll adjourn is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll adjourn this pretrial for a second pretrial so that the prosecutor can have some time to investigate the case. And there may be some additional discovery or some additional discovery was made in it. So how many weeks are you looking for, Miss?
It shouldn't take too long, so the next available date would
All
probably
right.
suffice.
June 10th, night.
June 10th at 9 a.m. So based on the representation of counsel, Mr. Cole, we've reset this for June 10th at 9 a.m. I almost said p.m. 9 a.m. In order to take a look at some further discovery and maybe some investigation. Anything else for the record in 24-01203, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cole, we'll see you back here on June 10th at 9 a.m. All right, sir?
Yes, sir. I'll see you then, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Then Mr. Herbst.
And he should have 3 files.
All right, Mr. Herbst, we'll call your case. Your cases, we'll call to the record docket 24-01027. Number 24-01028. And 24-01029. It's people of the state of Michigan versus Charles A. Herbst Jr. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Charles Herbst Jr.
And sir, you are Charles Herbst Jr., is that correct?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have received evidence from Mr. Lee that Mr. Herbst has relinquished all 3 dogs. So the people would be moving to dismiss without prejudice.
All right. And are these on a ticket?
They are, I believe they are on a ticket, yes. I think it's 1 ticket divided. into 3
Divided by
files.
3
Yeah.
counts. All right. Based on compliance measures, then all 3 tickets or all 3 files will be dismissed without prejudice. That's a fair statement, Mr. Lee.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. So I will dismiss all three files based on 1 ticket without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to. But the case is all dismissed today based on some information that your counsel obtained and was able to provide to the assistant prosecutor. So all 3 files will be dismissed today. All right, Mr. Herbst?
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Anything else for the record in docket 24-01027, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
You're all set, Mr. Herbst. Thank you for your appearance.
All right, you guys have a good day now.
You too. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-01134. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Casey Green. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter. It appears this case hasn't been reassigned in office, so I'm here on behalf of Ms. Robinson, on behalf of Mr. Green, who I do not believe is present.
So this was a reassignment within the office.
Yes.
All right.
It looks like Ms. Wicks caught it last week and we're still waiting on that to get handled, but I'm here
Right.
today.
All right. This was scheduled for 8:30 today. It is now 9:39. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the scheduled final pretrial. Let's see. We've reset this, and it was set for final pretrial on May 28, 2024 at 8:30. I don't know who's is that?
Still Judge Jordan.
Yes,
It is.
Mr. Green was arraigned by Judge Jordan on an FTA from a while back.
All right.
Maybe May of last year, I think possibly.
I think so. It looks like it was arraigned on May 29th.
May
He was
9th.
recently arraigned.
May
yeah.
9th.
May 9th.
Tyler Smith arraigned him from Judge Jordan.
All right. Right, it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the final pretrial. Ms. Wilson, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an assaultive offense and the defendant has several failures to appear previously. I'd be requesting an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
Ms. Sutter,
I will leave it to the court.
thank you. Does have at least two failed to appears. He indicated that and one failed to appear that transportation may be an issue for him, but that was back. This dates back to 2022.
Yeah, I do recall from his arraignment that he does not have transportation. He also resides in Flint.
So at this time, defendant failed to appear, a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. Anything else for the record in 22-01134, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you. He's not answering. Ms. Williams, you're here on a couple of city cases, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
All right, I have Mr. Baca here. Let's go ahead and bring up Mr. Baca. That was not on the schedule today.
I don't believe it's here for today.
Yeah. But there's an indication he's here today. And so with your presence, and I don't have it on the schedule or a number, but you are aware of the city versus so appearances for the record, Ms. Williams.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Sir, who are you?
My name is Alejandro Martinez Vargas, sir.
Martinez Baca,
Yes.
That's correct. All right. And I don't have the file because we weren't set, but you indicated you may have something for your file today.
Yes, sir, you gave me the final day, which was yesterday. You say that today you were gonna write the order to take my cars away.
If Ms. Williams provided with an order,
Yes.
yeah, that
Oh, I mentioned this to you. Okay. And then now I tried to go to the bank well, my son already moved this weekend. He removed his car is not gonna park there anymore. And he moved with his family. And my other son is gonna be moving probably next week. Okay, he's gonna move, but he's got a trailer, big trailer. And that's gonna be 4 cars there parked only.
But
Okay.
so the request is I gave you a week, right?
Yes.
And now you're
Well, I'm
indicating we
trying
need
to
more than a
see-
week.
well, I'm trying to see if you can give me at least a month.
I-
Or because I'm trying to get.
What you should do, Mr. Baca, is provide any information to the city attorney's office.
Okay.
All right, is that a fair statement, Ms. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor, but that was not the agreement that we had last week. The agreement was that all cars will be removed by end of business day today. If they were not removed by then, the city will be filing the order with the with the judge tomorrow morning.
Right, it's not on the docket, okay? Any paperwork should be provided to the city. And then I'll wait to hear from the city. They'll follow up with an order. But I don't have the file, and quite frankly, Mr. Baca, this has been going on forever.
Yes, yes.
I mean, this has been going on since well, and this is the second file that's been going on.
Well, I'm asking you, numbering you to have at least, maybe a month, because.
Yeah, I'm not providing any more months or any more time. What you need to do is provide any information to the city attorney, and then I'll wait to hear from the city attorney. I have not received any paperwork, okay? And I don't have the file because it's not on the file today. But you're in a tough spot, okay? I'm be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
Every time we come back, your indication is in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, we'll move the cars, we'll move the cars.
Yeah.
That's been going on for about 4 or 5 months now, all right? So, at some point in time, the city loses tolerance.
Yeah, look, well, my sons, they, they're moving.
I'm just telling you the facts. I'm not, I don't have the file, but I remember the file enough because we've been through this about 5 times already. So,
I just want another opportunity. The last
well, you've run out of opportunities, okay? Provide the city with any paperwork you have, and the city will come to me and they're gonna file an order. You were given, and I was being generous when I gave you a week.
Yes.
I was giving because this has been going on so long. Even the city attorney at that time said this is 1 week more than they wanted to give the order immediately. So you're in a rough spot. You have till 4 o'clock this afternoon. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Thank you.
What's that?
I'm not sure who the gentleman that is in the jail in my previous Williams case.
All right, Miss. All right. From the Ingham County Jail, can you identify yourself?
Ricardo Guajardo.
Yes, Your Honor. He's one of mine. Can I get a brief breakout room with him?
Sure, you can.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. I think
So,
I'm still in one of them.
what's his name?
Ricardo Guajardo.
Okay. That's Mr. Gajardo. So, Miss Williams, Mr. Gajardo, I'm going to place him in a breakout room with his public defender, Miss Sutter, and then we're going to place him on the record, okay?
She and I have had some previous
All
deals
right.
on him today. I think I'm still in room 1. You are.
All right. So, as soon as you join, we'll place you in room 1. Miss Williams, what other cases do you have this morning?
He's in custody.
I can look real quick.
Say it again.
She has Norton at 9:30.
So you have Mr. Gajardo and Miss Norton, is that correct?
I have Gajardo, I have Norton, and I have Otieno at 10.
Otino.
Yeah,
All right.
Otino.
All right, so we'll await Miss Sutter to meet with Mr. Gajardo, and then I've got you for Norton and then we have you this afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes, I
All
will
right.
be there in person in the afternoon.
All right. So we'll stand by. We'll bring Mr. Gajardo, and then we'll do that case. And then when Terry Norton and Otino show up, we can do those cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then Mr. Baca just showed up out of nowhere. And so I just told him he's run out of time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Miss Sutter is texting you, Miss Williams, and then Mr. And then we'll go on Gajardo. And then Sean, you can bring up Ness, and then I'll take a break and then let Miss Sutter talk to her client.
I emailed you, Amani.
About Gajardo, I already responded.
Oh, I sent you a follow-up with
Oh,
with the decision.
okay. All right. I haven't seen it yet. Hold on.
It's funny how you can come to the building, it takes 20 minutes.
Right.
You'd be halfway around the world, it takes seconds.
All right, we're good. Oh, all right, we're good. Let's move on.
All right. So we're on the record in docket. So let's get these in order. Dockets 24-00986. 24-001154. 24-01293. And 24-01294. That is people of the state of Michigan, people of the city of Lansing versus Ricardo Guajardo. Will the parties please introduce themselves, Ms. Williams?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Guajardo, who's joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Ricardo Guajardo, is that correct?
Was having a little bit of a connection issue in the breakout.
All right, perfect. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Guajardo?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial on these 4 files. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Guajardo will be pleading guilty to file number 24-00986, and in return, the city will be dismissing the 3 remaining files, 1154, 1293, and 1294.
So it's a plea to this file, dismiss 24-01154, 24-01293, and 24-01294. Is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
All right. May I inquire of your client, Mr. Guajardo, of his advice and rights on this misdemeanor case? I believe this is
It's a
a
trespass.
ticket.
Yeah, it's a ticket for trespass.
So it's what is that, 90 days
It's
and or
a 30 and or 100.
30 and or 100? 30 days and or $100. All right. So Mr. Guajardo, the ultimate penalty, this is a plea to 1 file, dismiss 3 files, and the ultimate penalty that you could be looking at is 30 days and or $100. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have some rights in this misdemeanor case, and I'm going to walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You were represented today by Attorney Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Is that your understanding, sir?
Sir.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses to appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal any trial issues. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading to this file 24-00986, which is the trespass file. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it is your intent to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to trespass. Is that correct? Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to bring your attention, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to bring your attention back to April 7th of 2024 at North Grand Avenue in East Kalamazoo Street in the city of Lansing. Were you present on Grand Avenue and East Kalamazoo Street in the city of Lansing on April 7th, 2024?
Yes,
And at that time, did you trespass knowing that you should not be remaining or be on the property?
yes.
Okay. Do we know what the property is at that address?
It's a city attorney case.
Okay.
Let me look.
Miss Williams, that's right. Hence the point. Miss Williams, do we know what is at the address on Grand Avenue in Kalamazoo Street?
I don't have it on top of my head. I need to
All
check.
right.
I'm pulling it up here on it.
Okay. I think that's Cat. I think you're right.
She's correct.
All right. And sir, so that's commonly referred to as the CATA bus station, or the Capital Area Transit Authority bus station.
Yes.
Is that correct, sir? Okay. Anything towards a factual basis, Miss Williams?
No.
No, Your Honor, city satisfied.
Ms. Sutter, anything towards a factual basis?
Nothing further.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Ms. Williams, any objection to going to immediate sentencing?
No, Your Honor, no objections.
Ms. Sutter, would you like to be heard on immediate sentencing and allocution?
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. I would be requesting immediate sentencing here. This is a 30-day trespass case that Mr. Guajardo has pled to. He's been in custody for at least 13 days already. He's been in Ingham County Jail since May 15th. I expect he'll also be there for a little while longer if the court would consider a time served sentence here for him and reducing as many fines as it costs since he's going to be in custody. Thank you.
Anything on the factual basis, Ms. Williams? I mean, seen on the sentencing.
No, Your Honor, I leave sentencing to the discretion of the court.
All right. I'm going to. Ms. Sutter, I'm presuming that Mr. Guajardo is he employed?
I do not believe he is at this time, Your Honor, although I can double check that.
All right.
Like, as I said, he has been in the Ingham County Jail for
Right.
2 weeks. So if he did have employment, I suspect he's lost it.
Right. I'm going to sentence to 13 days in jail. Credit for 13 days. Credit for 13 days served.
Yes.
I'm going to waive fines and costs, but I'm going to assess a $75 crime victims' rights fee and a $50 state fee for $125. And I'll set that out 3 months.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that'll be May, June, July, August 28th.
Sounds good.
Let me find the same. So August, let's do the August 27th.
Okay. I was double checking whether that was a weekend or not.
Yeah. August 27th for the $125 to the city of Lansing. And pursuant to the plea agreement, I will dismiss the remaining. I think they're all tickets.
They're all tickets, yes.
I'll dismiss the remaining files that come from the tickets. So, Mr. Guajardo, you'll have till August 27th at 4 o'clock to pay the $125 to the city of Lansing. And then you've been sentenced to 13 days in jail with credit for 13 days served. Anything else on record on 2400986, Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, and then per the plea agreement, the resolution, I will dismiss the file 2401154, 2401293, and 2401294.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set, Mr. Gajardo. Thank you for your appearance today.
Have a good day.
You too. All right, so Mr. Otieno, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with your public defender, Ms. Sutter, and then we'll call your case. All right, sir?
Actually, one moment,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor. I think I may already know what's going on. Friday.
All right, so Ms. Sutter says we're ready to go, so we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24 L2850031. That is people, the state of Michigan,
City of Lansing.
people, the city of Lansing versus Anthony Otieno. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Otieno, who's joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Anthony Otieno, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can hear me all right, Mr. Otieno?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding, or if you would like to defer to Ms. Sutter?
I'd like to defer to Ms. Sutter, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a first pretrial for, sorry, distracted, Mr. Otieno. We would be requesting an adjournment so he can try and reach compliance for the city if the court would consider 30 to 45 days for him.
All right.
Thank you.
And that's a fair statement, Ms. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor. I have no objections to the adjournment.
Okay, we'll adjourn for compliance purposes. Set it for 30 days out. We could do that beginning of July date. A little over 30 days.
July 2nd at 9.
July 2nd at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, so I've reset this pretrial for compliance purposes for July 2nd at 9 o'clock. Mr. Otano, please keep in contact with your attorney, attorney Lauren Sutter, and she will provide any paperwork that needs to be forwarded to Ms. Williams. But we've reset it for July 2nd at 9 a.m. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else for the record in 24 L28500031, Ms. Williams,
Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, we're all set on that file. And then Ms. Williams, we can go ahead and call the Norton case. And then I'll take a break and let Ms. Sutter talk with Ms. Nessen.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm
So
just
we're
gonna
up-
double check. Hold on, real quick.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400961. That is people of the state of Michigan or people of the city of Lansing versus Terry Norton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
On Your Honor, Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
All right, and Ms. Sutter, are you here on Mr. Norton's
I
case?
am, Your Honor.
All right,
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Norton. I do not believe he is present at this time.
all right, this was scheduled for, this was a pretrial scheduled for 9:30. It is now 10:07. It would appear that Mr. Norton has failed to appear for the pretrial. I do not see Terry Norton in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or waiting room, and Ms. Sutter's checked the hallway. So it appears that there's a non-appearance. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, the city is requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold.
Ms. Sutter.
I would just continue the request for a 48-hour hold.
So the court will issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold for the defendant failed to appear for pretrial. Anything else for the record in 2400961, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, you should be all set. So Ms. Williams, that should do the city for this morning, and then we'll see you again at 1:30, right?
Yes, I will be there at 1:30. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And then Ms. Sutter, you want to speak with, we'll let you speak with Ms. Nessen for a bit.
Thank you.
All right, and then from the Ingham County Jail, are you Elijah Arajo? Is there Christopher Lavoie? Is that you, sir? It sure looks like Mr. Lavoie, doesn't
Oh,
it?
yeah, he just waved.
So the post 3 has. He did raise his hand.
On the from post 1, would you please identify yourself in the Ingham County Jail? Yes, you.
Betty Morton.
Betty.
Peggy Morgan?
That's what I thought, or Patty.
Mattie, M-A-T-T-I-E Horton, H-O-R-T-O-N.
I don't know that she's in the right courtroom.
Yeah,
I don't.
let me,
Yeah.
yeah, I think you're in the wrong courtroom. I think that's Judge Buchanan's case.
Okay.
So if you tell him you should be in Judge Buchanan, we'll email him, but you should tell him you should be in Judge Buchanan's courtroom, not in Judge Flores's courtroom. All right, ma'am? All right. All right, I'm gonna take a break and then we'll go back on the record.
Lauren, if you give me 1 moment, I'll step out as well.
Okay, thanks.
I just need to send this to Kelly. I'm sorry.
Wendy, could I get a breakout room with Mr. Lamore? Is that possible?
It is, if you give me just 1 moment, Mr.
No
Lee.
problem at all. I'll go.
I am not used to having to deal with Zoom at all.
Okay. I'll go log in and all that fun stuff.
Miss Sutter, if you can just give me one, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no,
One
you're fine.
extra moment so I can let Mr. Lee in and put him in a,
Yep, you're fine, Wendy. Thank you.
I just didn't want you to think I was eavesdropping.
No, you're good. I was gonna make the small talk and then wait for the
Yeah,
legal
because the
talk.
courtroom's not muted yet either.
Yeah. Thanks.
We're on the record in docket 24-01129. That is and we're on the record in 23-021-2141. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Dominga Nesson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Sutter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Nesson, who is seated to my right.
And ma'am, you are Dominga Nesson, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on one and a contempt hearing on the operating while impaired. Ms. Wilson, how we are proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the contempt, I believe we're going to be requesting that this be held in abeyance until sentencing next week.
All right. So that would be file 23-02141. And there is a restitution form in. That's for the operating while impaired for the Lansing Police Department restitution. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter, that we'll be holding the that file in abeyance until is it next week, the sentencing?
June
I believe
3rd,
it's
yes.
June 3rd, yep.
Okay. All right. So we will hold hearing in abeyance until sentencing. And sentencing is set for June 3rd. What time is it?
I think it's at 1:30.
1:30. June 3rd at 1:30. So that's on file 23-02141. And then how are we proceeding on 24-01129, which is the retail fraud?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I believe that this is going to be a plea to an attempt. There is no restitution owing, and the people have no objection to immediate sentencing with credit for time served and or fines and costs.
So this is on an information.
A complaint.
So that's an added count 2 of attempt retail fraud in the 3rd degree.
Yes,
And that's the same PAC code with an A after it, is that right?
correct. Yep.
And then everything's cut in half.
Yep. So I think it would be 46 and or 250.
Yes.
It'd be 46 days and or $250.
Yes.
And there's a Killebrew agreement of time served.
Correct.
Do you know how much the defendant has in on this?
She's at least 19 days. She's been in on this current block of time since May 9th.
Yes.
All right. So I'll reiterate that for the record. It's an added count 2 of attempt retail fraud in the 3rd degree pursuant to 750.356 It's 46 days and or $250. There's a Killebrew agreement of time served, and the defendant has 19 days credit at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that your understanding, Ms. Sutter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of their advice of misdemeanor rights on this attempt retail fraud 3rd plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nesson, it's my understanding the ultimate penalty for the attempt retail fraud 3rd is 46 days incarceration and or $250. That's the ultimate penalty. There's an agreement between the lawyers that you receive 19 days credit for time served in regards to that. If I wasn't going to follow that agreement, you get to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, sure.
All right. You have the following rights in this misdemeanor plea. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, the questioning witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by a lawyer, attorney Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd be giving up also the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the attempt retail fraud instead. Is it your intent today and your wish to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the attempt retail fraud in the third degree?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to February 2nd, 2024 at the offense location of 725 American Road, City of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present at the American Road address in the City of Lansing, Ingham County on February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's where Menards is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you take something or did you attempt to take something from Menards and Menards? Tell me what you did.
I attempted to take something.
Okay, from Menards. You knew, and Menards was open for sale to the public at the time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you knew when you attempted to take it that what you were taking was open to the sale to the public, and you did not have the funds to pay for it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything towards the factual basis on the attempt to retail fraud in the third degree, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I will, any objection to immediate sentencing, Ms.
None, Your
Wilson?
Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would request immediate sentencing in this case. As I previously stated, Ms. Nessen has been in custody for at least 19 days. She is handling some other cases right now. We're attempting to get her into some assistance at Ingham County Jail as well as outside of it. She's enrolled in CATS right now and is working with Mr. Derek Miller, who's a fantastic individual over there. I think she might be in custody for a little while longer. I'd ask the court to take that into consideration when assessing any fines and costs here for today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll follow the Killebrew agreement and sentence the defendant to 19 days in jail for credit, and then credit for 19 days already served. I'm going to set fines and costs at $50 fine, $50 cost, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $225. And understanding that Ms. Nessen is still working on some other cases, we'll set City of Lansing, payment to the City of Lansing on that fine and cost and state and crime victims' rights fee for 4 months out, I think.
That seems fair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll set it for, let's set it for September 24th at 4 o'clock. All right, Ms. Nessen, you can set up your own plan depending on your other cases, but we've set the plan. So $225 should be paid to the City of Lansing by September 24th at 4 o'clock. All right, ma'am? Anything else for the record in 24-01129, Ms. Wilson?
Nothing for the people.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Nessen, we'll see you next week, probably, okay? All right. Mr. Lavoy was on. Let's admit everybody.
He needs to be worried about.
Right, we have somebody from Walnut Manor.
We got separate hearing at 10.
Sure is.
Yeah. Mhm.
So that's a landlord tenant.
He did, yeah, that's what I was looking at, yeah, so,
Dana
so
Hall
I
is here
think,
on that case.
9-1 ticket would just be dismissed, because that's just not.
On the Samsung, would you identify yourself, please?
And then I guess.
On the cell phone?
Yeah, he's on the other side.
On the Samsung cell phone, would you identify yourself?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. And I just dismissed it.
Ms. Hall, you're here for Mr. Gann on the 10 o'clock with Walnut Ferris, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and then you have a property manager here also?
I think so.
I
Yes.
think so. So the manager for Walnut Manor, Shannon, I think is your name?
I'm here.
All right. I'm trying just identifying who's in the Zoom courtroom. On the Samsung, can you identify yourself on the other person in the Zoom courtroom?
My name is Joseph Brinson, Your Honor.
Mr. Brinson, you're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you are not represented by counsel, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you want the opportunity to speak with the assistant prosecutor on the case?
Sure, yes, I would, Your Honor.
Miss Wilson? Mr. Brinson, do you intend to retain counsel on this case?
I was looking into finding a lawyer. I'm searching around. It wasn't that much time for me to really find somebody. It was
He's getting an attorney.
All right. So, Mr. Brinson, we can adjourn this one time in order for you to get to seek your own retained counsel. Is that your preference today?
well, what would happen if we moved forward today, Your Honor?
You'd be moving forward without a lawyer.
Okay. I would like to move forward.
All right. So, Mr. Brinson, you do not plan on retaining an attorney at this time, and you'd like to speak with the assistant prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right.
All right, Mr. Brinson, stand by. I'm going to have the APA join the room. Well, let's go ahead and call the case, and then we'll go ahead and put it on the record. So we're on the record in docket 21-00662. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Joseph Brinson. Appearances for the record, Miss Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
And sir, you are Joseph Brinson, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've indicated that it is your preference today to move forward without a lawyer today and to meet with the assistant prosecutor on the case, Miss Wilson, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Once Miss Wilson's able to join us, I'm going to stick you in a breakout room. I will remind you that Miss Wilson is a prosecutor in the case, so she is not your lawyer. She is the prosecutor on the case. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So once Miss Wilson joins, we'll put you in a breakout room with Miss Wilson.
And Your Honor, if I may as well, Mr. Brinson, I'm not interested when I get into the breakout room with discussing the facts of the case with you, simply discussing a resolution. I'm not going to get into the facts of the case.
All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, all right. All right. So stand by. You're in the right place. We'll put you in a breakout room.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Just a
hear her.
second. I believe it, I'm trying to wait.
I moved you out.
Yeah, it didn't move me out. They were in a breakout room with me.
All right, you're out now.
I've left
All
the whole
right.
meeting.
All right. That was your phone.
This was.
Okay.
I tend to just hide in the breakout rooms because otherwise it causes audio issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that, and just.
Yeah.
Who's here on the boy?
That is Mr. Lee.
All right, Mr. Lee, do you need to speak with Mr. Lavoy?
Yeah, I've already spoken.
Okay. Once,
Let me go to the office and see if I can make a suggestion. I can't watch her. It's not just her breakout room. If I stay in there.
Sure.
then just mute myself and just-
And just wait for people to move. Otherwise, I feel like
we may, if that is a non-appearance, we may just call it and do it later.
I can't on the iPad. But on the phone, it's in the call. So if we don't have normal, then that has no sound. So when it goes to feedback, you can still hear sound through the phone. No, it's just two. So it's never really a break.
Is this just for position?
So yeah, this thing. So I have with my license, my badge. So I can just like navigate there. Just like a phone. It's also weird. There's a lot of weird attachments going on here.
Is Mr. Brinson ready to come back?
Yes, I believe so.
And then once Miss, and then we also have is it an Alexander Hall?
Yeah.
I
Is
haven't,
he?
I haven't seen him this morning.
No? Okay.
I think he's gonna be a filter.
Okay. I do have,
Which is weird because he.
yeah,
he kept
he's
showing
been,
me-
yeah, so, I don't know, 48 hour hold. I do have a protective order too, though.
Oh, right,
Shoot
that's
over
it.
to you,
Okay.
yeah.
How about a Erica Van Buren?
I haven't seen her yet either. I did email her last week. I think.
That's
After
it.
Mr. Lavoy, yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, except for the civil case, and we're
Right.
gonna call that at the end. So Ms. Hall, you're here for Mr. Gann. We're gonna call that case at the end. Should be about 10 minutes, all right?
Hey, thank you.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-00662. That is the city of Lansing and people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph Brinson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Brinson.
Joseph Renson.
All right. And sir, you can hear me all right, Mr. Brinson?
What was that, Your Honor?
You can hear me all right, Mr. Brinson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Brinson in a breakout room. He is going to proceed unrepresented at this point. I did get an email from him, and I will be sending some correspondence to him and some discovery about how to proceed. So I think another pretrial would be prudent.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Brinson?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, so the Mr. Brinson is going forward with the matter unrepresented, but at this time, we've set it for another pretrial in order to get discovery and everything to Mr. Brinson, and we will reset a couple weeks out.
That sounds appropriate.
So reset for pretrial for
June 17th at 9.
June 17th at 9 a.m. Mr. Brinson, your last known address was on that Kenwick Circle. Is that still a good address for you, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. That's where the notice will be sent for the June 17th date at 9 a.m. for the additional pretrial in order to get you all the police reports and discovery and go from there. Anything else for the record in 21-00662, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Brinson, do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. You have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
And then Mr. Lee, did you want to go on Mr. Lavoy?
That would be excellent. Thank you.
All right. All right. So we're on the record in 22-02368. Twenty-two zero 2369. Twenty-two zero 3409. And then 23-417-64521 and 52. Ms. Wilson, your appearance for the record.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Christopher Lavoy.
All right. And sir, you are Christopher Lavoy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Lavoy?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for 3 files and 2 tickets, or 2 tickets that are along as indicated for the record. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the 2 tickets, the improper load and the improper plate, I believe we're going to be requesting an adjournment as those come out of the same circumstances that Mr. Lavoy is currently charged on a felony with. I believe the next prelim date for the felony file is June 27th. So if we could have a date after that on those.
Global resolution as the felony file. So we'll set for additional pretrial sometime after, what's the date?
June 27th.
So set for additional, on both those tickets, set for additional pretrial after June 27th.
July 1st at 9.
July 1st at 9 o'clock. Sound less than confident.
Yeah.
July 1st at 9 a.m. All right, so we've set both of those tickets for July 1st at 9 a.m. in order to be reviewed along with a global resolution on the felony file. And then on the 3 remaining files, Ms. Wilson?
So here's where it's gonna get a little tricky. So I think on 2368 and 2369 are stemming from a ticket, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the people at this time would be moving to dismiss that ticket. It was filed, or it was written about a week after the other dog license, so it appears to be a duplicate for the same thing. So people would be requesting that ticket to be dismissed.
All right, so that ticket, and let me make sure it covers both of those. Yeah, it covers both those tickets. They were both made files. And so the people moved to dismiss without prejudice. All right, so file 22-02368 is dismissed without prejudice on the ticket. And file 22-02369 is dismissed without prejudice. All right, so both those files are dismissed without prejudice, and then we have the remaining 22-03409.
Yes, and I believe this is gonna be a joint request for adjournment, possibly to that July 1st date. There seems to be a question about where the dogs are right now.
So that's that July 1st date that we set. And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll adjourn the pre-trial on 22-03409 to July 1st. Is that 9 o'clock? At 9 o'clock to coincide with the other 2 tickets. All right, anything else for the record at 22-03409, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Lavoy, we'll see you on July 1st at 9 o'clock on the remaining, 1 remaining file and 2 remaining tickets. You should be all set. Temp.
Then open the stand.
I do not see Miss Van Buren in the physical courtroom, in the Zoom courtroom, or in the waiting room. It appears that Miss Van Buren has failed to appear for both pre-trials in this matter. Ms. Wilson, how did you want to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. These are two assaultive offenses. I'd be requesting an immediate bench warrant.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
I'll leave it to the court.
Indicate that Ms. Van Buren was just arraigned on this case.
Yes, Mr. Smith and myself both appeared with her for arraignment.
So I'm going to issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture in the matter These are two assaultive crimes. So that's all for the record, 23-03288 and 24-01406. Unless there's anything else on either one of those files, Ms. Wilson, Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you for your appearance today. And thank you, Ms. Wilson, for making yourself available on a Tuesday morning.
Yes, of course.
And then Ms. Sutter, you're here all day, right?
That is a fact.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to the civil case now. Let me bring it up.
There's no probation or anything this afternoon, right?
No, it's all
Yeah,
city.
That's cool. Oh, and we just lost the attorney. I just let her in. Here she is. Ms. Sutter, we'll see you this afternoon.
See you this
All right,
afternoon.
thank you.
Ms. Wicks may be with me for the afternoon.
All right. All right, Ms. Hall, are you ready to go on Walnut Ferris?
Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01625. That is Walnut Ferris versus Brandon White. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Hall.
Dana Hall on behalf of Walnut Manor.
All right. And this is the time set for a landlord-tenant hearing. I'm going to look at these, some of the case notes. I have a feeling that this was set as a default hearing, and I'm correct. The default hearing was set at pretrial, and the service was posted, so we set it for today's date as a default hearing. It would appear that Mr. White has failed to appear once again, that he is not in the Zoom courtroom, the physical courtroom, or the waiting room. And therefore has failed to appear for the default hearing. That was set for today. So, Ms. Hull, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, we'd like to request a default judgment, excuse me, for possession, as well as a money judgment, although I didn't look to see if he was personally served, actually.
All right. He has not been to court yet. Let me see what we have for posting. So it was not personally served, it was just posted.
Your Honor, in that case, we would be requesting a default judgment for possession only.
And do you have any terms you want to place on the record?
Yes. At this time, Mr. White, the defendant, currently owes $6,370 in past due rent, as well as costs of $237.26, for a total of $6,607.26. We're requesting, again, a default judgment, giving him 10 days to either pay or vacate. Which would
And the
be
writ date. What's our writ date that we're using today?
June 7th.
June 7th. And to the best of your knowledge, Mr. White is not a minor, incapacitated, or in the military service, and the premises was kept for its intended purpose.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, and you'll follow that up with an order, and I will, if I sign it this afternoon, it'll be June 7th. If I sign it tomorrow, it'll be June 10th, giving way for the weekend. So the writ date will fluctuate whether it's signed this afternoon or tomorrow. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in docket 24-01625, Ms. Hall?
No, Your Honor, that's all.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
All right, that was easy. I like that. That one kind of shocked. proceeding? What case is ready to go?
What are we ready on?
Yes, Your Honor, we are ready on Maurice Calloway,
All right.
Marlon Hawkins, and Angel Rowland.
Roll. All right, let's go on Maurice Calloway. On the record in docket 21-00127, it's the City of Lansing versus Maurice Calloway. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Calloway, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Maurice Calloway, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial today. Ms. Williams, how we proceed?
Your Honor, the city will be amending the failure to stop and identify that caused property damage to impeding traffic. And it's my understanding that Mr. Calloway will be accepting responsibility for that.
Okay, so it's on a ticket.
It is, Your Honor.
So we'll amend to impeding traffic, which is a civil infraction. That's is that 130 or
130.
$130 fine? And is there any restitution other than that?
No, Your Honor, not that I have heard of.
All right. And Ms. Sutter, you will take responsibility on behalf of your client for the impeding traffic?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Calloway, that's your understanding is we'll amend the ticket to read impeding traffic, the civil infraction with a $130 fine, and dismiss the other two counts on the ticket pursuant to the plea agreement. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so just so we're on the same ticket, this is for conduct which occurred on January 11th, 2021 at West Edgewood Boulevard in the city of Washington. And at the time, there's an indication that your client impeded traffic pursuant to the civil infraction concerning the activity there. Do you admit responsibility on behalf of your client for impeding traffic?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So on that, we'll dismiss, per the negotiations, we'll dismiss both the failed to stop or identify after property damage accident, failed to stop within the assured clear distance accident. And does your client need some time to pay the $130 fine to the city of Lansing?
If you'd allow 2 weeks, Your Honor.
So, yeah, let's see, June 10th? Right, June 10th. To pay the $130 fine to the city of Lansing. So $130. That can be paid by phone, in person, or online. Ms. Sutter will give you some information on how to make that payment. That $130 payment should be paid by June 10th. Anything else for the record in docket 21-00127, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
Right, you're all set, Mr. Calloway. Thank you for your appearance today. Mr. Is it Hawkins?
Yes, Mr. Hawkins is ready.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-02480. That is the city of Lansing versus Marlon Hawkins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Dallas.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, on behalf of Mr. Hawkins, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Marlon Hawkins, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I defer to Ms. Sutter.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time I'd be requesting a final pretrial jury trial date.
Okay. Final pretrial and jury trial. Final pretrial is set for June 11th at 8:30. And jury trial
June 25th at 8:15.
June 25th at 8:15. So Mr. Hawkins, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Sutter. You are set for final pretrial on June 11th at 8:30 and jury trial on June 25th at 8:15. Anything else for the record, docket 21-02480, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Hawkins, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Yeah.
Then Mr. Rowland or Angel Rowland. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23L281063. That is the City of Lansing versus Angel Rowland. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, on behalf of Ms. Rowland, who's standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Angel Rowland, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe Ms. Rowland needs some time for compliance purposes. I defer to Ms. Sutter on that.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Williams is correct that the court would allow 30 to 45 days for her to try and reach compliance.
We'll adjourn for compliance purposes. That's 5 to 6 weeks out. July 2nd at 9 o'clock. So this has been reset for pretrial on July 2nd at 9 o'clock for compliance purposes. So ma'am, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Sutter, and she will advance any paperwork necessary for compliance purposes to the City of Lansing. We've set it for July 2nd at 9 a.m. All right, ma'am? Anything else for the record in dockets 23L281063, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
You should be all set. Were they bringing Mr. Araujo? He should be on Polycom. So we got a bunch of students. There's a bunch. Did you want to meet with him, Ms. Sutter?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's Mr. Araujo.
I'm assuming. Sir, from the Ingham County Jail Post, are you Elijah Araujo?
Yeah, I am.
All right, thank you. And then we have Miss Marciniak is here.
Yes, she's ready to go on the record.
Okay. And on the iPhone, would you please identify yourself? And you'll have to unmute.
I think it's Cheyenne is in the iPhone. Gilpin.
So what's your name?
Cheyenne Gilpin.
Cheyenne. Okay. Ms. Gilpin, you're in the right courtroom. Just stand by.
Okay.
And
Give me just 1 second.
no, we're good. I'm
Figure out which person to talk to next.
There you go. Now you're good.
Okay. Hello?
All right, and ma'am, you are
I'm
Katrina
Katrina
Shipley?
Shipley. Yes,
All right, you're here for your 1:30?
yes.
All right, stand by, ma'am. We got a
Okay.
couple cases to call in front of you.
Okay,
And then, sir, you are Brandon Hoskew, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're also here for your 1:30. Stand by, you're in the right place.
Thank you.
And I don't believe Hoskew is represented.
He is not. And let me figure out who the last. On the Samsung cell phone, would you please identify yourself?
Jason Silva.
Jason Silver, you're here for your 2 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, stand by. You're in the right place. So we can call. All right. So, Mr. Rajo, I'm going to place you in a room with Attorney Lauren Sutter as your public defender while we're doing another hearing. And Ms. Wicks, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with Ms. Shipley while you're awaiting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
it's saying for joint breakout.
Lawrence hasn't joined yet.
Oh, sorry, you were correct.
So go ahead and put Mr. Arajo in. I've just let Lauren in. All right. We don't know yet. Let's put that on the record. Did you want to meet with Mr. Hoskins?
Yeah, if you want
All
to
right.
put me in a breakout room.
All right. So, Mr. Hoskew, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with the city attorney so you can discuss some of the aspects to your case. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's my understanding you're not represented by counsel today. Is that right?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let me put you in a room with the city attorney, assistant city attorney, and then we'll come back and put it on the record. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Hello.
So you'll get a prompt to go to room 3.
Thank you.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 20-01290 with the accompanying ticket of 20 L2562293. That's the city of Lansing versus Brandon Hosco. And sir, you'll have to correct the pronunciation of your name. Hosku, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Hosku, thank you. Appearances for the record, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
And sir, you are Brandon Hosku, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and once again, you are not represented by counsel, is that correct today?
No.
All right. Ms. Williams, you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Hosku in a breakout room. What are we doing here today for the pretrial?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Husky will be pleading guilty to driving while license suspended, and in return, the city will be dismissing the accompanying ticket.
Okay.
Ending with 2293.
So pleading guilty to driving while is this on an information or a ticket? Let's see. It's on a ticket. Okay. So pleading guilty to the driving while license suspended. I believe that's a 93-day and or $500. Okay. With a plea to the driving while license suspended, the misdemeanor plea, the improper plate, a misdemeanor will be dismissed. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hosku, you understand that the ultimate penalty in driving while license suspended is 93 days and or $500. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to read you some misdemeanor rights you have in this felony plea, this misdemeanor plea, and then walk you through each of the rights, and then we'll take a factual basis. You have the right to be tried by a jury in this misdemeanor ticket, the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have the witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you, to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand your jury trial rights in this driving while license suspended matter?
Yes, sir.
If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty today. Is it your intent today to plead to the driving while license suspended and have the other count, improper plates, dismissed? Is it your intent today to waive your trial rights and plead guilty on this matter?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I swear.
All right. This is for conduct which occurred on April 28th, 2020 at Cedar Street in Greenlawn Avenue. Were you driving a motor vehicle on Cedar Street and Greenlawn Avenue on April 28th of 2020?
Yes.
And at that time, did you have a revoked, suspended, or denied license?
Yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right. I find that the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made on the driving while license suspended. Ms. Williams, is there any reason why the court shouldn't go or to immediate sentencing on this?
No, Your Honor, I have no objections to immediate sentencing.
All right. Mr. Hoskow, this case is a little older. We'll go to immediate sentencing on this April 28, 2020 date case. The improper plate will be dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. Is there anything you'd like to say on allocution on the matter before the court goes to immediate sentence?
No, Your Honor. Just that I'm in a
All right.
place where I can pay for the fines.
All right. Are you currently employed, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where are you employed?
Lovely ladies trim.
All right. Do you have a current driver's license?
No, I do not.
All right. So you're getting back and forth on your from your place of employment without a driver's license at this time?
Correct. I'm walking.
All right. Anything towards allocution, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, I leave sentencing to the discretion of the court.
All right. Well, pursuant to the plea agreement, I'll dismiss the improper plate. The civil infraction, I don't know what's happened on that. It looks like it was defaulted. I'll set a fines and costs on the driving while license suspended at $100 fine, $100 cost. Going to order no jail on the driving while license suspended at this time.
Thank you.
I'll order $75 on the crime as for the crime victims' rights fee and $50 for the state fee, for a grand total of $325. And Mr. Hosky, do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing? It's $325. I can set it out so you can have some time to have that payment met.
Yeah, maybe a payment cycle, like 3 or 4 payments.
All right. Well, I'm gonna allow 3 months on that.
Okay.
So
thank you.
we'll set it for 28. June 28, July. Yeah, let's do August. So we'll set full payment on August 26th, 2024. You can make payments on that as long as it's all paid by August 26th. You can set up your own payment plan. All right, Mr. Oscu?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. The improper plate is dismissed pursuant to this plea agreement, and the Secretary of State will have their own sanctions for the driving while license suspended. You should check with them to find out exactly. That may add a point or two to your license. You'll have to check on that. All right, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 20-01290, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're all set, Mr. Hosky. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, can Mr. Silva be put into a breakout room with Ms. Wicks?
Yes.
And then I think I'm ready on almost everyone else on Zoom right now.
All right. So let's have Mr. Silva in with Ms. Wicks. Ms. Wicks, you can go back to room 1.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Mr. Silva, you should get a prompt to go to room 1.
Okay.
See Mr. Silva go to room 1.
And Mr. Araujo can be removed from the breakout room with me. He's ready to go as well.
All right. And then do you want to check on, I'm not sure Mr. Silva went to meet with Ms. Wicks.
I still see him here, so doesn't look like it.
He's all frozen up.
Oh.
As I say, I can't seem to.
So I can't.
Might have lost connection.
Oh, no. You left us. And,
I'm guessing his connection went out if he was frozen before.
all right.
Hope maybe we'll just wait a couple minutes and see if he rejoins.
All right. Ms. Sutter, what case are we going on next?
Miss Marciniak is ready, as
All right.
is Miss Shipley.
Let's go on Miss Marciniak and then Miss Shipley. So we're on the record in docket 24L2830481. That is the City of Lansing versus Melissa Marciniak. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Miss Marciniak, who's joining us via Zoom.
And this is actually on 2 tickets I have. I have 483 and 481, 24L2830, 483, 481, 482.
Yes, there's
Yeah.
two civil infractions and
civil
one
infractions.
misdemeanor.
All right, and ma'am, you are Melissa Marciniak, is that correct?
I am.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Marciniak?
I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for, looks like two misdemeanors and a civil infraction.
Two civil infractions and a
misdemeanor.
misdemeanor. Two explanation hearings and one pretrial.
All right. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Ms. Summer?
Your Honor, would like to request an adjournment for 2 weeks for compliance purposes.
All right. Adjourn for, and is that a fair statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
You're looking for 2 additional weeks for compliance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on. Right, we will set it. This is the last adjournment for compliance, as we've previously adjourned it for compliance. So this will be the last date for compliance purposes. And we'll set it for June 11th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
June 11th at 9 o'clock. All right, so Ms. Marciniak, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Sutter. This has been reset for June 11th at 9 o'clock, and she will make sure that the city of Lansing receives any material that needs to be forwarded in regards to this adjournment. Anything else for the record in 22L2830, 481, 482, or 483, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor. Thank
Ms.
you.
Sutter.
Nothing further.
Okay, you're all set, Ms. Marciniak. This has been adjourned to June 11th at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Shipley is ready.
Shipley. And we have a Miss Gilpin.
She's also ready, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go Miss Shipley, and then we'll do Miss Gilpin. All right, so we're on the record in docket 18L2011741. That is the City of Lansing versus Katrina Shipley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. The City Attorney Manny Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Shipley, who is joining us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Katrina Shipley, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on an improper plate. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to request an adjournment for 3 to 4 weeks for compliance purposes.
Is that a fair statement, Ms. Sutter?
It is.
Adjournment. This is the first request for compliance purposes that I have.
This is her first hearing, Your Honor.
So we'll set it 4 weeks out, 4 to 6 weeks out.
4 is probably fine, Your Honor.
To be sure.
Yeah. Thanks, Wendy.
June 25th at 9. So Ms. Shipley, we have extended this for compliance purposes to June 25th at 9 a.m. Please keep in contact with the attorney, Ms. Sutter, for anything that needs to be advanced to the city attorney's office for compliance purposes. Anything else for the record in docket 18L2011741, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Shipley, you should be back here on June 9th at 9 o'clock, all right, ma'am?
June 9th?
It'll be June 25th at 9 o'clock.
Okay, yep. Thank you.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilpin.
Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-03684. That is the city of Lansing versus Cheyenne Gilpin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Wilson, Miss Williams.
Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Gilpin, who's joining us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Cheyenne Gilpin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Gilpin?
Yes.
Right, this is the time set for pretrial on this matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'll defer to Ms. Sutter.
Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had a brief conversation with Ms. Williams earlier. Ms. Gilpin's case here is, I believe, related to a state case that's in front of yourself right now that is set for hearing the next couple of weeks. We'd like to request an adjournment here of perhaps 30 days so we can look into a resolution and continuing negotiations.
All right. When is that set for hearing in front of?
Gee, I just forgot as soon as you asked me, Your Honor. One moment, please. Is it next week or the week after?
Because we make sure we adjourn it till after the hearing.
Yes, that would make sense. Just as soon as you left me, the date, or asked me, the date disappeared from my brain. Thank you.
June 3rd.
Yep.
Let's say, so adjourn past that June 3rd date for global resolution, if any. Indicate that the Ms. Gilpin has a pending hearing on June 3rd. So this is set for?
June 11th.
Yeah, that should be.
Well, yeah, I think we'd be looking for a little bit further out from that, because I don't know if it's gonna, I suspect it will resolve in the state case there, which will give us an idea here, but if the court would allow maybe a little bit more time here so we know exactly what's going on.
So let's set it maybe another week after June 11th.
Yeah, a week or two.
All right.
June 18th at 9.
June 18th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
So Ms. Gilpin, we've set this for June 18th at 9 o'clock to be after the hearing that's set on June 3rd. Anything else for the record in 23-03684, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Gilpin, we'll see you on that June 18th date.
Okay, thank you.
You're all set. Are you ready on Mr. Araujo?
One moment. If you might.
Okay.
So we don't charge. All right, Mr. Araujo, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24-00744. This is the city of Lansing versus Elijah Araujo. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Araujo, who is joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Elijah Araujo, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pre-trial on the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Araujo will be pleading guilty and was charged with a caliber time served.
And do we know what that, do you have a
35 days.
35 days?
There's 22 from his current stint and the remaining balance from earlier in this file.
All right. And this is on its ticket?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so.
All right, Mr. Rao, that's your understanding. You'll be pleading guilty as charged on this file with a Killebrew agreement of 35 days. The ultimate penalty for driving while license suspended is 90 days and or $500. Is that correct, Ms. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor. That's
All right. And that's your understanding, Ms. Sutter. He'll be pleading as charged on the driving unlicensed, and then his Killebrew agreement of time served, ultimate penalty being 90 days and or $500.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Rajo, in this misdemeanor plea, you have certain rights. You're looking at a potential for 90 days in jail and or $500. There's an agreement between the lawyers that you be sentenced to 35 days in jail, which is the credit for time served. If I was not to follow that agreement, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right. You have the following jury trial rights in this matter, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Now, the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. Now, the witnesses against you appear at trial. The questioning witnesses that are brought against you, you are represented today by Attorney Lauren Sutter, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was the result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up your right to a trial in this matter, so you wouldn't have any appellate rights on that trial. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Is it my understanding it is your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the unlicensed driver statute?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to March 9th of 2024 at the offense location of Massachusetts Avenue at or near White Street in the city of Lansing, Hingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle on Massachusetts Avenue in the city of Lansing on March 9th, 2024?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it true that you had never applied for a license on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Williams?
Since that's fine, Your Honor.
Ms. Sutter?
Defense is satisfied.
I find the factual basis for the driving unlicensed to be knowing voluntarily and accurately made. I'm going to follow the Killebrew agreement of time served for 35 days. So I'm going to indicate that I'm going to sentence the defendant to 35 days in jail with credit for 35 days served. I should have asked, and I will. Ms. Williams, was there any reason that we shouldn't go to immediate sentencing?
No objections to immediate sentence.
All right, Ms. Sutter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would request immediate sentencing as well, and if I may, very briefly on the fines.
Yes, on fines and costs. I'm going to follow the Killebrew agreement that was indicated by the attorneys, and then allocution on fines and costs.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask the court to take into consideration Mr. Rajo's current incarceration. He does not yet have any out date, and I suspect he will be there for quite some time on an unrelated file. If the court would consider minimizing or waiving any possible fines and costs for him, since at this point I have no idea when he would be able to pay.
So he's on hold on pending matters.
He has a felony case that's in front of the 30th Circuit right now. We expect that will keep him in for quite some time.
All right, I'm gonna waive fines and costs on the driving while license suspended. I will issue a $75 crime victims' rights fee and a $50 state fee for a grand total of $125. And then since we don't know his out date, I'm gonna put it 6 months out.
Okay,
All right.
I say that's under the minimum amount to support the collections, correct?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think that's under the minimum amount, the 125. Yeah, it's, I think the amount is,
You only have to access the,
I know that, but what's the amount for collections?
oh, no, for collections is $350.
Yeah. So let's set it 6 months out at $125.
thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll set it for, I think that's December.
I believe so, Your Honor.
Yeah, December. Let's make it December 31st.
Thank you.
So we've set the crime victims' rights and the $50 fee to be paid by December 31st, 2024 to the city of Lansing. If Ms. Sutter, you can let us know if you find out that Mr. Rajo is going to spend over that time, bring it to the court's attention. We'll revisit this. Okay.
I will do the best I can.
All right. Yeah, I know. But there may, depending on what happens in circuit court,
Right.
there may or may not be a reason to keep that open.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Mr. Rajo, you are set. We've set the fines and costs on the matter for $125 for December 31st. And then you may want to let your circuit court attorney know that that's outstanding, depending on what happens on that case. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record? 2400744, Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Rajo, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He hasn't come. I'm gonna look at pictures.
I have.
All right. I think we only have two left. We're waiting on Mr. Silva to hopefully come back, and then Mr. Perez Wardlawn. I'm gonna go check the hall.
All
with
right.
him.
So those are the two we're waiting.
I believe that's the only two left. Your Honor. Yeah.
All right.
Is there? Am I correct that there's no one in the Zoom waiting room?
There's no one, and that was Mr. Perez Wardlawn was on the Zoom, wasn't that?
That was Mr. Silva.
Oh, Mr. Silva.
Yeah, he was
All
here
right.
and then he disappeared. So
There is somebody in the, well, let's admit everybody in. Mr. Silva may be back.
oh, good. Nope.
He's still having trouble joining.
Is it this person whose video just appeared here?
No,
Okay.
it's the same Samsung that had problems. Would the individual on the Samsung please identify themselves? The Samsung SM8. What's your name, sir?
I think that's me, Jason Bates.
Oh, Mr. Bates. Okay, you're here for your 2:30?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't see Mr.
No joy.
Yeah, I don't see Mr. Silva. All right, Mr. Bates, you're in the right place. I'm going to call some cases before you. Ms. Sutter, I'll give you the opportunity to. So did you want to, that's scheduled for 2?
It is, yeah.
All right.
And Miss Wicks is going to call the hallway just
All right.
pretty quickly.
Let's go and grab both those. And I know Mr. Silva was here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, we were gonna request an adjournment.
Well,
today,
I
so
might,
reach compliance.
yeah, if I might reset that, knowing he was here, but in the next pretrial will be in person. Because
Understandable. Fair.
that technology is not working for him.
Fair enough.
All right, let's call Mr. Perez Wardlawn. I wasn't sure if Ms. Wicks was going to call.
I think both of them.
All right.
Or at least Perez Wardlaw. Oh, thanks, appreciate it. No joy.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in 2401-348. That is the city of Lansing versus Aaliyah Perez Wardlawn. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Ms. Perez Wardlawn. I do not believe she's present.
Okay, this was set for 2 o'clock for pretrial. It is now 2:34. It would appear I do not see an Aaliyah Perez Wardlawn in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, but I do see Mr. Silva in the Zoom courtroom. But I do not see Aaliyah Perez Wardlawn in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or the waiting room. We have also called the hallway. It would appear that Miss Aaliyah Perez Wardlawn has failed to appear for the pretrial. Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, the city is requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture with 48-hour hold.
All right. Request for a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Any response, Ms. Sutter?
I would just request further the request for 48-hour hold.
Okay. Okay, the court will issue for fail to appear a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold on Ms. Perez Wardlawn. So that's all for the record in docket 2401-348. And then Mr. Silva, you're back with us, is that correct?
Yes, bad signal, so I had to hook up to the Wi-Fi.
All right, so I'm gonna put you in a room with Ms. Wicks.
I can go there now.
Okay, Ms. Sutter. So we're gonna put you in room 2. You should get a prompt to go to room 2. Ms. Sutter should be already there. And you should get a prompt to go to room 2, and then we'll put you back on the record.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Sutter. And then just so I can gauge what we have is we have representatives from the city and Woodside Meadows. Is that going to be a hearing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and call that up. Just trying to get the gauge of this. All right, Judge Buchanan signed. I'll put this for the docket. And I'm gonna need another ROA. All right, so we're on the record in all right, so we're on the record in docket 23008991. That is the City of Lansing versus Woodside Meadow Apartments. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record from the city?
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please this court. My name is Amir Mackler, representing Woodside Meadows Apartments.
Here. All right, I'll indicate that this was set for formal hearing today, but this was an adjournment from a previous hearing in which the court set some fines and then left. I think we were initially looking at 3 buildings to be held in compliance by May 28th. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. Mr. Stables, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, on the first point of the order from the immediately prior hearing, those 3 buildings have not been brought into compliance. That being said, I don't believe defendant wants to proceed with a hearing today. I believe defendant is planning to admit responsibility for those ongoing violations and stipulate to entry of the people's exhibits to that extent. So I don't think there's need for an actual formal hearing today, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Macklin, is that a fair statement that the exhibits will be admitted pursuant to the compliance measures that were ordered by this court on April 16th. And then we'll talk about I think there's 14,250 in escrow. Is that correct?
Judge, not as of yet.
Okay.
But yes, that's a fair and accurate statement.
All right, Mr. Macklin, you may proceed.
Your Honor, that is correct. Mr. Staples has indicated that there hasn't been a final inspection on those properties. Work has been completed on those properties, but not been finalized for the inspection as of yet. So at this point, pursuant to the court's order, they still are not in compliance. And so we have no problem with allowing the court to view these records to make a determination as to how you'd like to proceed.
All right, Mr. Staples, so you're going to, pursuant to stipulation, you're going to move for the admission of the exhibits?
Correct, Your Honor. I would move at this point for the admission of the City of Lansing's exhibits 1 through 7 contained in these two binders.
All right.
And
all right.
To clarify, Your Honor, these are records as to the entire property, not just to the 3 that were from the last hearing.
All right. Do you have those separated from the 3 that were supposed to be made in compliance today?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I'm not sure that those 3 addresses were ever indicated.
Okay, so what is the city seeking today in regards to it appears that the property has not been made in compliance, but it has not been certified either. Is that correct? It hasn't been inspected?
Correct. That's correct, Your Honor. No inspections have taken place, and the city has no, other than viewing some pictures on his phone, no reference of any work being done.
All right. So what is the city requesting today?
The city would be requesting forfeiture of that $15,000 that I guess may or may not be held in escrow, and then the additional assessment of a $33,500 fine for continued non-compliance on all 67 properties.
All right, Mr. Macklin.
Your Honor, I don't have anything to say in terms of how the court would like to proceed. If the court can grace the client some more time, I know that there has been many extensions in this case, but I leave it to the court's discretion at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Macklin. This has been going on since September of 2023, I think was the first compliance hearing. And to say the city has shown some patience, but as requested fines and as there have been fines assessed in this. So I don't know what else to do except to give the city what they're requesting. I mean, there's been very little done, if anything. The city is not satisfied with compliance measures in this matter. The owner of the building, I think, was here last hearing. That was April 16th. And that's when we moved it to today's date. That's when I said that I think a fair was a something of looking at 3 buildings to be held in compliance so that we could see that something was being done in regards to in regards to compliance measures. Nothing seems to be done as of this date, and there's not a particular reason for this continued lack of compliance in the matter. So I'm going to order that the escrow or the initial fine that was supposed to be put, so that's $14,250, and that's ordered to the city of Lansing. And that was the amount we put aside for the initial escrow account in fear of this happening, in fear of there being no response. So I will grant the request and entertain an order to that effect. And then, Mr. Staples, you indicated that you were also seeking in regards to the entire property, further orders than the $14,250, I'll allow you to make a record in that request.
Yes, Your Honor, there are approximately 67, and Your Honor, if I may, one of these exhibits that's been stipulated to may be useful to the court in going over this. This is People's Exhibit 5, and it's simply a map of the property followed by a couple sheets of listing the addresses and how many units each have, but just to give the court kind of a map and something to look at as to what we're talking
All
about
right,
here.
for the record, this is pursuant to exhibits 1 through 7 that are admitted pursuant to stipulation, and I'm looking at exhibit 5.
So, yes, Your Honor, as you can see in Exhibit 5, this is a large property. There's essentially 67 different addresses here. So what the city would be asking for is, given defendants' admission that the property is not in compliance, a $500 fine be issued per address, per ordinance, which would lead to the total of $33,500.
All right, and Mr. Macklin, I've already given you the opportunity to respond, but you understand the city's requesting $500 for fine per address at this time for a total of $33,500. You understand that, sir?
I understand. Thank you.
All right. All right.
One
So
more matter, if I may, Your Honor.
you may. I'll take this. So one is the $14,250 to be, that was previously allegedly in escrow, but that is ordered. And then we are going to fine per property grant the city's request for per property $500, ending up with a $33,500 fine. That is in order. So I'll label them as granted as in order 1 and order 2 verbally, and then I'll await the signature, and then you can make a record as to the following argument, Mr. Staples.
Your Honor, the only other matter the city would bring before the court is that if that $14,250 had not been paid into escrow, which I would rely on the court on whether or not it has, that there be a consideration of contempt for having not paid that amount. But otherwise, that's all for the city, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Macklin, the court ordered that $14,250 be held in abeyance. I don't know if I was clear that we wanted an escrow. I have my notes that it was put in escrow for payment. Mr. Macklin, was it placed in escrow? Was the money put in escrow?
My understanding, Judge, is that the clients have it available and can send it online. And so they're able to make that payment today, and I've got that verification.
All right. I will take Mr. Macklin at his word. However, I will put a date, a control date on there. So the $14,250 should be paid to the city of Lansing by tomorrow at 4. Okay. So that would be May 29th. At 4 o'clock, that money should be paid to the city of Lansing. And then, and I'm saying that orally, you'll provide an order to that effect.
Correct, Your Honor.
And then I will sign an order that is fining per unit as indicated in Exhibit 5 for the amount of $33,500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Would the court like the physical copies of Exhibits 1 and 2?
Yes, just to look at.
And for the court's clarity, those would be the notices that were sent about each unit.
Right. Since there's no excuse or resistance or objection to the exhibits being admitted, and we've admitted 1 through 7. This is really for our purposes. I think Mr. Macklin has been pretty clear that there's not an opposition to this. This is something that has been ordered by the court. Compliance was not met, and so I will sign an order to the effect that the payment should be paid by tomorrow at 4 on the $14,250. If it's not, then I will look to the city for a contempt of charge. Okay, because we did talk about escrow and abeyance, but that should have been paid, at least, it should be paid by tomorrow. And then I will sign an order to the $33,500 fine, also indicated by the city. 1 through 7, and exhibits 1 through 7 are admitted.
Your Honor, for clarification,
Yes.
when is the 33,500 due?
It's due upon signing of the order.
Okay.
So, I mean, so when I get the order, and I think that'll probably be submitted electronically, if not by wet signature. The 14,250, so that's due by tomorrow at 4.
And
the 33,500 will be due upon signing of the order.
Thank you, Judge. And then may we have some instructions on how to make that $14,250 payment?
Mr. Staples.
Yes, Your Honor, we'd be happy to go with Mr. Macklin to Treasury. I don't think we have that information available on hand, given the size, rather unusual amount. But we can go down to Treasury certainly and work that out.
Yeah, that would depend on whether it's going to be a digital transfer or whether it's going to be, but Mr. Staples should help you as we go to the City of Lansing Treasury Department in that area. Okay, sir?
Very well. Thank you.
All right. All right. I will await to sign the order to that effect. For the reasons placed on the record, compliance does seem to continue to be an issue in this matter. Anything else for the record for this hearing on 23008991, Mr. Staples?
The only thing the city would ask, Your Honor, is that a control date be set in 30 days.
All right. Mr. Macklin, any objection to the control date being set for another review concerning this matter?
No.
All right. We will set for a control date. And you can make this a part of the order, Mr. Staples. We'll set for control date for continued compliance for 30 days out at
July 2nd at 1:30.
July 2nd at 1:30. So we've since set for a control date for continued compliance on July 2nd at 1:30. Anything else for the record on docket 23008991, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Macklin?
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That's it. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance today. And then, Mr. Staples, you probably should take this back or I'll lose it. Those are all exhibits for this year.
Yes.
Is Mr. Silva?
Mr. Staples and I, Judge McHugh.
Sure. I did as council approached. All right, Ms. Williams, we're back. Let's do it all again on docket 24012110. Ms. Williams, your appearance for the record.
Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ms. Sutter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Silva, who's joining us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Jason Silva, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Silva?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Silva needs 30 to 45 days to reach compliance.
Is that a fair statement, Ms. Sutter? You're looking for, Mr. Silva's looking for an adjournment for 30 to 45 days?
Yes, Your Honor. He's been asked to complete a substance abuse assessment. I suspect another county has one. I'm trying to figure out how to get it from him.
All right.
Or they'll be creating one on Friday, maybe.
All right, so there may be an assessment already done and we're just looking for it.
I'm hoping so. He has an appointment with
That might be faster than getting a new assessment.
and a lot cheaper.
Right, all right. So let's adjourn 30 to 45 days out.
July 2nd.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll set for July 2nd at 9 a.m. For compliance purposes, Mr. Silva, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Sutter, and she'll advance any paperwork in order for your compliance to the city attorney. We've set that for July 2nd at 9 a.m. Okay, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in docket 24-01210, Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
Nothing further.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set, Mr. Silva.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, that's some criminal and some quasi-criminal.
Yeah.
And then we are 644. So let's call to the record docket 1701644. That is LAFQ versus Jonathan Spinner and Maria Castillo Spinner. Do we have a representative from LAFQ on that file?
Yes, Your Honor. He's Judge Kidman's corporation.
Oh, that's Mr. Begg?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Jay Begg, BAIG P36820, appearing on behalf of plaintiff.
All right. And then I don't have a Jonathan Spinner or a Maria Castillo Spinner. I have an indication that from the civil department, but I want to check on that you were looking to perfect service on the matter, Mr. Begg?
Your Honor, an order of alternative service was ordered, and that's how we perfect.
All right. Yeah,
we perfected service.
Correct. I have an order regarding alternative service signed by Judge Buchanan on March 14th.
Service of the affidavit was filed on May 13th. I have no purpose of.
All right. Do you have this?
That was the motion for alternate service that Judge Keenan signed on.
All right, and that's on D2.
That's on D2.
Only in D2.
Only D2.
And then D1 was personally served.
D2 was actually personally served the subpoena. I don't have anything on D1. I'm looking to see.
All right.
If that would.
We have the order regarding alternative service on Maria Castillo Spinner, and we also have her personally served earlier. I don't see Jonathan Spinner on any of the paperwork, Mr. Begg. I just have Maria Castillo Spinner.
Yes, and that's who we served.
All right. Right. I don't have anything on Jonathan. All my paperwork has to do with Maria Castillo Spinner.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So how would you like to proceed today on Miss Castillo Spinner? And then you'll have to make a decision on what you want to do with Mr. Spinner. He's still on our paperwork, but I don't know. I don't have him in regards to anything else on the file. I have the initial. He's part of the initial summons and complaint that you filed.
Your Honor, I'd like a bench warrant, but I'll settle for a show cause.
All right. So let's do it. We'll do a show cause. hearing as to Maria Castillo Spinner. They're old, they're in 2021.
Okay.
And then file review during inventory found 2 more bench warrants in 2023, but that was on file review. That's what the note says.
It's still showing it's a warrants there. Okay. I'll give it a second to figure it out.
All right, we may already have Miss Castilla Spinner in bench warrant status from previous. That's what I'm hearing from the court file on the computer, that there may be a previously bench warrant. It doesn't seem like she's ever appeared. I've got failed to appear as dating back to 2019, 2021, 23. But just in case that's an old one that was found under inventory, we'll set it for show cause and we'll go from there. And then you'll have to decide what to do on Jonathan Spinner, since he's not a party to the show cause.
That's fine, Your Honor. I'll have counsel of record contact the court to schedule a show cause hearing and file the necessary paperwork.
All right. So show cause is scheduled as to Maria Castillo Spinner. The civil does that, I think, don't they? Yeah. All right. And then as to that's on, I'll call that D2. As to D1, we'll await to hear from counsel how you want to proceed on that, since it doesn't look like as to Jonathan Spinner, we've ever been able to serve him.
Very good, Your Honor.
And he was not a part of the alternative service that dates back, I don't know. But I'll leave that. It looks like there was a subpoena sent for Mr. Spinner, but I don't think that the alternative service only has Maria Castillo Spinner. Anyway, we'll set that show cause hearing and wait to hear from you, counsel, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's all for the record in 1701644. Mr. Big, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
So that's my phone. So we're on the record in docket 2201426, Ron Holdings LLC versus Sarah Johnson. Will the parties please indicate their appearances for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Hintz appearing for the plaintiff, P47968.
All right. And this is there a representative of Sarah Johnson, SIARA? Is Miss Johnson here, or representative of Miss Johnson here? This was set for 2 o'clock. It is now 3:03. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the I have this a motion of, this is a motion to show cause, and I think it's for non-appearance. Is that correct, Mr. Hines?
Yes, Your Honor. The creditor's exam was originally scheduled for April 10, at which time Ms. Johnson did not appear. We set the matter for a show cause, which is today's date and time. And again, Ms. Johnson has failed to appear. So I'd respectfully ask the court for permission to file a bench warrant bond, please.
Bench warrant to follow for non-appearance. On civil show cause.
The current.
Go ahead, go ahead, Mr. Hines.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. The
No,
current judgment balance is $3,500.
That's the current balance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you'll follow up with an order to that effect, Mr. Hines.
I will prepare a bench warrant, Your Honor. What would you like me to list as the bond, sir?
At this point in time, we have numerous fails to appear, it looks like, at least one or two. So I think you can set bond at $1,000 cash surety.
I will prepare that, Your Honor. Thank you very much, sir. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything else? If that's all you have, that's all for the record in 21-22-01426, and I'll await the signing of that order.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. All right, I'm going to call the 230 cases. Going to give me about 5 minutes, and I'm going to bring those up. Those are both on electronic file. So we're on the record in docket 23-02988. That's anesthesia and pain versus Rhonda Wade. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Is there a representative of plaintiff anesthesia and pain management?
Your Honor, Kimberly Klemenach is here appearing on behalf of plaintiff.
All right. And is that Miss Wade, you're here on the opposing side of that case?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
All right. I have previously that on January 9th, there was a plaintiff request for 45-day adjournment. On February 29th, the pretrial was held. Both parties met via breakout room, and a pretrial statement would follow after reviewed by the defendant, Ms. Wade. Plaintiff was to submit pretrial for court signature. So we're back here on a pretrial statement. Ms. Klemenach, were you able to get the pretrial in or get it reviewed by Ms. Wade? Go ahead.
I did send it to Ms. Wade, Your Honor, and I didn't receive a response from her.
Ms. Wade, did you receive the pretrial statement from Ms. Klemenach?
No, I haven't received anything.
It appears that this is going to be a problem. Why don't we just, we'll fill out the pretrial statement on the record, then we have it and we know it's done. Okay. And we can go from there because there appears to be some process problem. All right, so I'm going to indicate in 23-02988 GC, and that is Anastasia, or I'm saying that wrong, anesthesia.
We knew what you meant, Your Honor.
Yeah. And pain management versus Rhonda Wade. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and fill out the pretrial statement, and then we can all authorize to sign it, and it'll be done, and then we can set it out for discovery purposes from there. But then we know it's done, and we're not waiting for either party to submit it. The pretrial conference was set on this date, which is 5/28/2024. Appearing was Kimberly Klemenach for the plaintiff. And Rhonda Wade for the defense. And then Ms. Klemenach, what legal issues would you indicate are the nature of this complaint?
Your Honor, this is a lawsuit to recover the balance due on a medical debt owed to anesthesia pain management. Ms. Wade is disputing the charges. She's not disputing that the charges were incurred. She's alleging that insurance should have paid the outstanding balance.
All right. Thank you. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wade? You're indicating that insurance should have paid the outstanding balance?
Yes, it is.
All right. I'll write that for the nature of the issues concerning this pretrial statement. Ms. Klemenach, do you anticipate any other pleadings in this matter? I know that's hard to say pre-discovery, but usually a motion for summary disposition or summary judgment is indicated.
Your Honor, if we're not able to negotiate a settlement on this, I do anticipate filing a motion for summary disposition.
And Ms. Wade, of course, you'd have the opportunity to respond to any motion for summary disposition. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to keep the motion date open until after discovery.
Okay.
I'm going to indicate that admission of fact is not applicable at this time, nor exhibits pre-discovery. And then, Ms. Clemenot, you anticipate discovery? Usually it's 60 to 90 days.
It would just be written discovery, Your Honor, so 60 days.
60 days. Is that fair, Ms. Wade? We'll set it for discovery for 60 days out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. June, July. So we'll set it for July 30th. So that's written discovery on the matter. I'm going to indicate that the expert witnesses are not applicable, and the damage claim at this point is not applicable. It's not a joinder of claim. Are you seeking is either party seeking a jury trial and have you been paid the fee, or you're seeking a bench trial at this time?
Bench trial, Your Honor.
Ms. Wade, bench trials, have you paid the fee for jury trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set it for bench trial. Anticipate 1 to 2 days, Ms. Clemenot?
Your Honor, we could get this done in half a day.
Okay. All right, we'll anticipate a 1 day. We'll set after discovery and motions. Anything else on the pretrial statement, Ms. Clemenot?
No, Your Honor, I think it's a fairly cut and dry case.
All right. Ms. Wade, do you have anything else you'd like to put on the pretrial statement?
As far as contacting Miss Clemenot, I reached out several times in order to let her know how she can look up my insurance that was active during the time, and I have not gotten a response back.
All right, that'll be part of discovery, that change of information. But you have Ms. Clemenot's address, ma'am? At least a phone number for contact?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to say no on case evaluation or mediation. And Ms. Clemenot, do I have your authorization to sign the pretrial statement on your behalf via Zoom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Wade, do I have your permission to sign the pretrial statement via Zoom on your behalf?
Yes, Your Honor.
I will sign the document accordingly. And then allow the chance for discovery to take place for 60 days out. Anything else on the record, Ms. Clemenot, on docket 2302988 on this matter?
No, Your Honor, but if it's possible, I would like to go into a breakout room with Miss Wade because my client did some investigation as to insurance coverage, and I'd like to speak to her about that.
Perfect. Ms. Wade, would you be amenable to meeting with Ms. Clemenot in a breakout room? And then we can come back and put it on the record. I should have started with that. I don't know why I didn't. But Ms. Wade, would you be amenable to meeting with Ms. Clemenot in order to discuss some of the insurance discovery that's already been looked into?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to have Ms. Clemenot and Ms. Wade placed in room 1. You should get a prompt to go to room 1, and then we'll come back and put it on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01092. That is LVNV funding versus Jason Bates. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Sparks.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Keith Sparks here on behalf of the plaintiff, LVNB Funding, P77485.
Thank you. And sir, you are Jason Bates, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. This is time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Sparks, because I was involved in other hearings, I didn't give the opportunity to the parties to meet in a breakout room on the previous case. Did you want to meet with Mr. Bates in a breakout room in order to discuss some of the pretrial statements? And then A, you can either have Mr. Bates review it and submit it, or B, we can fill it out here, assuming there's no problems with the pretrial statement. Mr. Sparks, how would you like to proceed?
Going to a breakout room would be beneficial, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bates, you'd be amenable to meeting with Mr. Sparks in a breakout room?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to have Mr. Sparks and Mr. Bates placed in room 2, and then we'll come back and put it on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. S2 2302-988, Ms. Clement, you had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Wade in a breakout room. And you have to unmute, ma'am.
I apologize, Your Honor. I did speak with Miss Wade and explained a little bit about burden of proof without giving her legal advice. I explained, that if she has proof she had insurance and that a claim was properly submitted, because I think that's the issue right now, is whether the claim was properly submitted. That may change the course of this case. And I also gave her some options for settlement. Unfortunately, we're not able to reach a settlement today, but we may be able to before trial.
All right. We filled out the pretrial statement, and each party will get a copy of the pretrial statement. We'll make sure it's scanned electronically into the file, and then we'll have 60 days of discovery, and I'll wait to hear from the parties. All right, Ms. Clement?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else on the record in 2302-988, Ms. Clement?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Wade, do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today on 2302-988.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
And then, Mr. Sparks, did you have the opportunity on, let me pull that up. Did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Bates in a breakout room concerning the LBNB case?
Yes, Your Honor, and we've reached a settlement.
All right. Let me. All right. Did you want to place those terms on the record, and then you can follow that up with an order?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I'm going to send Mr. Bates a conditional dismissal for the settlement amount of $500. It'll be paid, I believe it's 5 payments of 84 and the last payment at 80, so it'll be paid over 6 months. The first payment is due June 28th. And he's confirmed his address. I'll prep that right now and mail it to him today. And so we should have a conditional dismissal stipulation filed with the court shortly.
All right. And Mr. Bates, is there anything that Mr. Sparks said that was different than your discussions?
No, sir.
All right. So I will await, the court will await the conditional dismissal or the order to follow based on Mr. Bates' review of that. And then I'll sign it pursuant to the party's request. Anything else for the record? So I'm awaiting that conditional dismissal. We're not setting it for further date. Anything else, Mr. Sparks, on a 24-01092?
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bates?
Nothing else, sir.
All right, thank you. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. I'll wait the order to sign.
Thank you both very much. Have a good day.
Have a great day.
You too.